everybody, Jeremy here from Flatware Creations. Today I'm going to be making a whole bunch of bud vases, and actually not bud vases, I'm actually making the spoons for the bud vases. So I got a huge order, so I'm going to sit here and grind these things out. Grab the mic. Everything's tangled up here. Okay, that should be better. Okay, yep. Let's see, pop this up there. All right, so enter here. Okay, so that should have us all set up. Okay, so what I'm doing right now is I've already tumbled all of these spoons. Depending on my time that I have, a lot of times I'll flatten them first and then tumble them so I don't have to mess with them. Good morning. Hey, if it's 5 o'clock in Margaritaville, it could be morning. So what I'm doing right now is I'm using my steel plates. This one I got from a local machinery shop, and it's stainless steel. It's probably 1/2 inch thick, and this is the block that came with the flat wearable piece. So I use both of them, and then on the 3D bender system from Flat Wearable, this right here, yep, okay, you can see it. This ring is welded on there, and it does a pretty good job of getting most of the spoon. The hard part is, I don't have any, it's this little ripple here in the middle. A lot of times you'll get a wave in there. Oh great, yeah, I'm sure you're gonna love it. All of this came out of one batch. The other day I did 132, and I think this was only like 117 or something. But I just tossed them in there, Dawn dish soap and some of the green Scotch-Brite scrubby stuff. It was old. I just shredded it apart into little pieces. But there's only a couple in here. Let's see. Turn on the focus. So there's only a couple in here. You can kind of see the yellow. But I think that is mostly yeah, a lot of that's just a spot that didn't get in there. It's the Frankfurt Arsenal tumbler, and I'm using 5 pounds of jeweler's shot. The link is in the description down below. It is a total beast, and I can't even count the amount of hours that it saved me from buffing or polishing or hand cleaning each piece. After a show, well, after a couple of shows, whenever the rings and everything got kind of tarnished from being outside and everybody picking them up, I would literally toss everything that I had that didn't have a bead on it into the tumbler, fill it halfway, tumble it all for 3 hours, because it goes, you have a choice of how long you can tumble for. I just max it all the way out, and then I'm normally 3 hours or more doing something else. But whenever I come back, everything's nice and clean and shiny. All I do is put it back in its places. Just that one thing saved tons of hours. And then over the course of let's see, 4 or 5 years now, it's an invaluable piece. Yeah, the tumbler, the bender press system, and my 1-inch belt sander, and this beast. Those guys are, the belt sander saved me a ton of time filing by hand or putting a grinding wheel on here. It was just so much easier, and you have so much more control. But for these guys, I literally just pulled out all the ones that didn't have super elaborate patterns. So still got nice patterns. There we go. Still got nice patterns, but these are all going to become bud vases. So they're all going to end up looking like this. So pattern's not really a huge thing, but I have an order for 200. I think I have 30 made. So this is my task for the next few hours, flattening all of these. So I'm just gonna keep working here. This is the tedious part. One of the biggest things to keep these guys pretty flat is, let's see if I can zoom you in here. We're gonna, not on me. Let's get over here. Okay, so if you just bend this, where'd that yellow one go? So if you just squish this down, and that one didn't do it. It was a lot softer than I thought it was. A lot of times if you just press them down, they're gonna get a little ripple in here, in this part right here, and it's really hard to get that out. This little line piece though, that's nothing, especially for this stuff, for what I'm using them for. But what I do is I start my press, it's flat. My round piece fits over here, and I get it to dimple down first. So I've got my dimple. You can kind of see it there, a little dimple. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the front half of the spoon. And I'm flattening it down. It's not flat, but I got it tapered down. What this allows me to do is go back up here. This is the most important part because it's the hardest part to bend. If you just bend this back here, a lot of times you'll end up with a ring right here from the block, from this piece here. So I get my dimple, I do this half, and I just kind of go about halfway down with it. And now I'm going to go up here and go all the way down. So all the way to the back, bring that down. Now we're flat here, but we're not flat here. So I just slide it out and go to the end. And now it's really nice and flat. These spoons right here, I don't know how I got so many tossed in here. These are like not souvenir, like soup spoons and sugar spoons. They all have this kind of bend here. If you flatten this out, the bowl is going to crack about 80% of the time. Actually, I just had one. Where'd it go? There we go. I'm like, I know I just did one. So you can see the little crack right there. There's 2 little cracks, but this one, you see the corners on it. It almost every time they crack. So this will go in another bin. That will become, it's pretty enough to be a ring. So I'll turn that into a ring. So I'll put that in my ring pile. All right, let me shut that autofocus off. So I get my dimple, go about halfway down in the front, all the way down in the back. And repeat. So I figured I'd hop on. I haven't been on in a few days. I had COVID, and then I got something else, and then my back blew out on me. Wasn't able to walk for a couple of days. So I figured I'd get on, see if anybody wanted to chat or have any questions. Okay, so this guy just needs buffed out. So I'm gonna put him up there. I need another tray. I took apart all of my my silverware containers, all the little plastic drawers and everything, and I started organizing them to just get all of the same pieces. So teaspoons with teaspoons, salad forks, and so on. Okay, so this one right here is a small kind of soup spoon. Got 1 dimple. Go a little bit in the front, slow in the back, and then get the front again. So we got it to not crack. It doesn't have the hard corners, and we didn't get a real big ripple in the middle. So that's what we want to do. Sometimes it just takes going a little bit slower. And a lot of times you'll see me come back and hit this part here where it's bent, just so that I can keep it pretty straight. Dimple, halfway down, all the way down, all the way down. With your not serving spoons, tablespoons also. I want to get a block made. Actually, I'm going to get a block made that takes up this space and goes back a little bit further so that I can have this whole piece on here. Let me switch it this way. If you flatten this right here, there we go. Watch right here what happens. See the tip start to go over? It will go over and it will make a hard pinch right here. So make sure you're keeping this on your surface. So we got it flat, and we don't have any marks from the block or from the press. I've been buying in bulk. What do you do with the ones that are completely stripped or lacking silver plate or just really worn out? Wind chimes. That's my go-to. I have a box of just pieces that are completely roached, just really rusted or really damaged. For some reason, a lot of the old tablespoons and serving spoons have like these giant teeth mark, giant scrapes right out of the middle. I don't know what that's from. I know that a lot of people spin their spaghetti on their spoon, but all these lines are straight. So that always confused me. But anyways, I turn those into the little single fork. Oh, I don't have one in here. The little wind chimes that comes down off a single fork, has some beads, and then it's a whole piece of silverware. I use those whole pieces for that. All I have to do is drill a hole and then hook it up to the wind chime. Hi, Cheryl. Flattening him. Yeah, so with the block that comes from Flatwareables, a spoon doesn't fit. Unfortunately, you have a little tip that comes off. If you do it sideways or at an angle, let's go this way. So my spoon is on there, but I've got a corner going into this piece of metal. So yes, you can make it work. If you put this on here, and it's just going slow. Bring that down, bring it there. See, and even then, I got a little mark there and a little mark right there. For these, I'm using the bottom side of the spoon, so that's fine for me. But that's why I switched to the round block. It gives me quite a bit more surface area. And this is a serving spoon size. And whenever I add that with this, it gives me a space for this to slide. This can come down, and I'm not really getting that pinch point right here. Sometimes I like the cracks, but for customer orders, I don't throw anything away. This is my newest stash of pieces. We made rings yesterday, my daughter and I, and we had to cut, I think we cut 60 or 70 pieces for a 50-piece order. Okay, this is the part that confuses me. So some of these been super easy, and I know that it's because of the base metal that they have, that they're using, is a softer base metal. But I have to put some serious leverage on this guy. And there's some of them, I took those out already. Stainless is hard to bend, but I've had some silver plated stuff that I could not really even get past the dimple portion. So we're still nice and flat. Those big ones though are the ones that are roached. I call them roached because there's nothing really left to them. So you kind of see the ripple effect here. It's not really big, but I will try and hammer some of that out before I turn it into a vase or a bud vase. It's not too bad, but I'm looking for no marks. So you can kind of see the round from the vise, or from the press. Some of them are just so hard to bend. It's like easy, 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 and then an impossible one. So that second bend, so it's 1, 2. Make sure you're not squishing this down too hard, because right here you'll leave a round mark. So once I come down, then I come back to this back edge. This part right here is the thickest part, so I want to make sure that I'm getting a lot of leverage there and I'm getting that flat, and then I just bend this down. I get the front and just get that piece. And if you have a curved back, you can just do that too. Yeah, I would be annealing all day. So there have been a few pieces that I've annealed, and I used to anneal almost everything when I started out, but with the different quality of the silverware, sometimes there's not a whole lot of plate left, and if you go to anneal those pieces, I've had the plate just disintegrate. If you're having trouble getting the pressure on these, you can take and add, let's see, so this is a breaker bar. Come on. Let me zoom you out. So this is just a breaker bar I got from Harbor Freight. I added all of this. It's just sports tape, but so that I had a better grip and I wasn't tightening my hands so much, and because I was getting really bad cramps and a lot of pain in my hands. I took a hacksaw, I put this in my vise. And I just hacked the head off of it. Is it a 1/2 inch? It fits in the spot nice. I use it to store all of my extra rollers. Put that back. You always want to remember to tighten these down too, because after a while these will come loose. Sorry. These bolts will come loose. Let's see. mouse. And sometimes it's just the shape of the piece that makes it a little harder to bend. So big tablespoon, I'm keeping my tip on my piece, on my metal piece, all the way down, nice and flat. I think some silverware needs to be annealed in the silver plate. Sometimes the base metal is just so hard that you can't really press through it. Even with this longer extension on here, sometimes it's hard for me to even squish some of these down. I also have a bar, a metal pipe that I can put over my handle to give me more leverage. But generally, if I need that much effort to bend one, I'm not going to do it. It goes in the wind chime box. I'll drill a hole in it, save some time, not have to fight with it, or however many brothers it has. Yeah. And the nice part about this for me is I don't really have to think about it because my OCD just takes it over. I'm just kind of here. As long as you remember that you're not squishing this flat, the second bend or the second push, generally they'll all come out the same. So this one just cracked. So I don't know why it cracked, but this is the pattern. It should make a nice ring. So we're going to put that in the ring bucket. I'm always trying to take the easiest route, so kind of working smarter, not harder. If I have to fight with a piece of silverware, I'll just get another piece of silverware. If it's like something that I'm working on, like a special order or a piece in particular, I'll smile through all of the grumbling and the 30 times trying to do it. I had a piece that a customer commissioned and then ghosted me. I'm going to be putting that on. The only thing that I didn't make was the bezels. Here we go, I got that one. Just a good dent all the way down. his girlfriend was, I forget which one their sign is, the scales. So we picked out some black Ethiopian opals and a nice piece of amethyst, and then everything else I rolled and made by hand, trial and error. You guys can't see through my hand, can you? Let's come up here. Yeah, dimple halfway, all the way, all the way. My arm's getting tired. I'm over halfway through the pile. The first pile. This one's hard too. If you're using a hammer, I recommend a dead blow hammer like this, and you're gonna hit your spoon here in the back first. So it should be hitting right there first, just on this side. That's gonna get your flat to go down, or that's going to get your spoon bowl to go down flatter, and you're just working your way out to the tip. If you don't have a press, that's the best way that I found to get them with the hammer. And that dead blow hammer is really nice. Using my nylon handle, this guy, it works great, but it's a lot more effort. I like to mix in some of these bigger pieces. I'll use my flat based knife handles for the bud vase for it. I'll show you what I'm talking about. My hand needs a break. So these are pretty much the three styles you're going to find. You've got your rounded edge. So you have just a little bit of contact area. And then you have your pointed ones. Come on, focus. And there's just a tiny little point that you have to solder down. So this is the first one, a little bit bigger space, and then this one is a flat one. I'll use the flat ones on the larger spoons because a lot of the time the handle isn't going to come back and touch it. So most of these, that's a big one. A lot of these I'll solder this piece right here to the knife handle, and I'll solder the bottom. So if it's just a little tiny piece, like a point on the bottom, I still have all of this right here to really hold it where I want it. So I just got a new laptop and I was going to use it for the shop. Squared off ends, or squared off, I call them corners. So this guy here is probably going to split also. It has a little lip all the way around it. You kind of see the shadow there. I'm going to try and bend it. If it breaks, I can still get a ring out of it. So I'm going to try middle. And this thing is hard. So when it's hard like this, I'll take it even slower. 2 hands. And I'm kind of working my way around it. So we got it to not break, but we got this dimple in here. So I'll take that out with my nylon hammer, and I'll hammer just this inner piece here, because that's going to help make it flat. Oh, this one has corners too. I normally catch those so I don't put them in. Just want to make sure I get that all flat. And we'll go to actual speed. But I bought that laptop because the camera on this laptop is going, because every time I use the webcam from the laptop, it's got these little fuzzy parts. So I thought it was a hardware issue. It probably is a hardware issue. But I was like, okay, I'll get a new laptop for the shop. It came with all the specs I wanted, tons of storage space for videos, all kinds of processing power so I could edit faster. And I get it here, and it doesn't have a camera. So I'm gonna have to use this little camera, and I'll probably get another one for it. So I'm running two cameras at the same time. After going back and watching some of the videos, it's kind of nice for me anyways to see what's going on out of the zoomed in area. You kind of get more of a feel of how much effort and work is going into this. Almost done. This one's really soft. So after this, I had knife handles prepped day before yesterday. So I think I have 60 handles ready. So I'll go through these, and I'll make, my next step is to bend all of these to the shape I need. And then once I get that done, then I'll start soldering and completing the bud vases. So as I'm going along, I can put those in the tumbler Oh, that's great. Yeah, I've heard that they've been really hard to find. I don't know why they won't ship from store to store. My store has, I think, 3. I was just in there the other day. It's like, don't give me money and let me go to Harbor Freight. Or search silver plate on the Facebook Marketplace or silverware. Like, that's just waiting for disaster. Alright, so that tray is empty. Put this tray back in our lap. So this is what I'm working on right now. I think there's 100 and, is this the first batch? Yeah, there's 132 in here. 131, 130 because we tossed 2 in there. So we'll switch this up here. Let's see if I can get you guys. So the press does come with a base plate, and I think she's made a thicker one now. She also makes a block that goes in here. Suzanne, the owner. It's like a wooden block so you don't get this little dimple here. Nope, wrong one. I want this one. I've been kind of reluctant to use the new block. This block is 5.5 years old, and I'm still using it. It does bend slightly in a direction and not perfectly straight, but I fixed that easily. But I need to start using this one. Find out which one this is. So this is the one that I would be using mostly. That way I don't have to try and figure it out every time. And this has magnets, which makes it nice. We're gonna go with the second pin. This is your big pin. And then this is the next size one. All right, let me shut the autofocus off. There we go. Wow. Yeah, if anybody needs one shipped, ask and I'll ship it out to you. Let's see. Just want to make sure you guys get this. So we're going to do pattern side down. So I'll show you that. So this is our pattern side. We're going to go just far enough across to catch the back side. Do a small bend. And then get in there for, you're kind of pulling the piece back because you're making your candy cane right now. So I need to go a little bit further. So now I've got my loop. This is a big spoon. So sometimes I have to cheat. Can I cheat on this block? I can't. Nope. Maybe. It might be pushed out a little too far here. It's soft enough metal I can bend it here. That's good, Jeff. Yeah, after this order, I have one of my daughters bought a 28-foot camper, had me gut it, and then she moved. So teaspoons are a lot easier for this because they reach the back and I just bend them right there. I'll take my hammer, I'll bring that up just a little bit higher. I'll flip it over. So we're here. You can see this is swept way back. I need to flatten it out. I normally do that all at the same time. We're gonna just get it to that point and we will make them flat later. So it should sit nice and flat. We have to bend or flatten the outside edge for some of them to get them to be in that correct position. So we're just going to bend right now and keep bending. But that shop or that camper I'm turning into my new shop. So I bought a whole bunch of new tools. I'm gonna dabble with some lost wax casting so I can change some of my, take some of my designs. So right now this is pointed this way to me. It's not straight up and down. I'm gonna take this and just kind of hammer it over. It doesn't take a whole lot. and most of this you can do after. If it's bent too far in one direction, say it's out like this, you can take and hit it like this and get that bottom section right here to line up straight. So I actually went a little too far. There we go. And I'm going back to my other block. I'll save that one for rings. Pattern down. So if you can't push it with your thumb, hit it down here low. Yeah. For some reason I like the position of this one better. So once I raise it up, that gives me a bigger turn here. And what I'm doing now is I'm making this bend bigger so that it goes out farther, and that's going to attach to my to the knife handle, sorry. Yeah, you're gonna have to pester them. So if you do the serving spoon, I'll take it up a little bit, make a little bend, and just kind of keep working this up a little bit so that I can get a bend further back. And then this one here will go right at the base. Put a little bit more of a bend in it. It makes it look a little bit more decorative. But this is where one of those square ones will come in handy, because if we brought this all the way back to here, it would just look funky. Without those little taps, without those taps going down, you don't get as much of a bend. So this part right here, if you hit it down, you can make this curve more. And then if you hit it up, you're going to get more of a bend to this part here. So once we do this, and you can change the direction of how this looks, left or right, by hitting it in the direction. But always remember, it's a straight line down where you want it to go. This one's nice and soft. And you can't quite see it from where you're at, but this is pointed this way. So if you take and you turn this, kind of hold it over to this way, you can actually squeeze and make this come back to center, and vice versa. So there, it looks nice and straight. If you can do it, use it. I have been so tempted to start capping and making my own stones and things, but I have to always go one thing, Jeremy: silverware. I've been wanting to do lost wax casting forever, so I bought a 3D printer, resin 3D printer. They make a kind of resin that burns out just like wax, so I can make a design, take the however long it takes me to make one, and then I'll be able to replicate it. I know it's definitely hard for me to see something that I know that I could do and then not do it is hard. But I get a hyper fixation on things, and until it's accomplished or finished, I can't get it out of my brain. That's awesome. I know one thing, my back, or not my back, but my hands are gonna hurt tomorrow. And so this isn't the finished position of this piece, of the handle. This is just where we get its shape. Our finished shape will be once we get this flat, because right now we can hit this all with the hammer. We'll be using this little guy with this kind of nylon rubber end to do our tapping. So we have room to tap back here, and then after we get it flat, we're going to take and put it in our hands right here, right there, and then we're going to palm this and bend it. We're just going to turn it, and that's going to bring this from here to about here. So every once in a while I get confused. You're welcome. Sometimes when I'm looking at these, the pattern, this is definitely the front side, but I flip it over and there's another pattern, and I'm like, so I have to look for the words, double check. Yeah, I got the 3D printer. I got the resin. The resin was expensive. And I was looking, I've been wanting a 3D printer for over a decade. And I bought a machine that does so I've seen a couple of designs for I really liked the design. So they drilled a hole right here, and they took a fork tine. That's a spoon, Jeremy. They took a fork tine and soldered it in place right in the middle, and then they ground the bottom flat after it was soldered, and then you just heat this up with the lighter or match or whatever, and then you stick the candle right on it and it's there. It's actually waxed in place. So I thought that was pretty cool. One of the other things that I haven't made yet. Yeah, it was a simple solution. I tried making a holder for the bigger candles, because my wife had tons of those big candles with like the 2 or 3 wicks. And I'm like, I can make something for that. I think I did one with 4 forks. It had the base, but the forks came up and they actually fit perfectly around the outside of those big candles. But that was whenever I first started soldering. And it ended up not holding. But it is, anything's possible. But I really like that idea for the candle. I would definitely do it on a tablespoon. Just because it's bigger. And the handle looks a little cooler, because this will end up about here. So if you have a bigger candle, even if you took and just put a little bit of wax on here and put one of the tea light candles on it, that would be good too. Or solder the base, the little metal base of the tea light right here, and then all you'd have to do is replace it. And the little tiny lights, you won't have to worry so much about them dropping out. I mean, you're still gonna have to worry about them blowing out as you're walking, but that would be, or even just, I mean, you don't have to use it as a light. You can just use it as a gift, or just something for the table. Yeah, if you did it for the table, you could actually use a votive light, which is one of the bigger ones. Oh, I wanted to turn this one into a ring. Oops. had a order yesterday that me and my daughter worked on. It was really nice having some help in the shop. We did 50 rings in 2 hours. Oh, that's what fell. And it was her first time making rings. So even teaching the whole time and helping her see and feel the difference in things that we're looking for, that I'm looking for. Still 2 hours. I've spent sometimes an entire day making 100 rings. I just go through the process over and over and over again. So I'm just pushing this all the way to here, and that's my mark. And this is the only reason I'm bending them this way, is this is what my customer wants. She wants them all with this piece here pointed towards the candle. I don't think I have another one. Nope, I don't have another one. But you can bend the handle any way that you want. I like making them a little bit different. So if you're going this direction, the base is your top. If you hit it too hard, you're gonna get rub marks. Come on, those little marks from this screw. Loosen up again. So be careful how hard you're hitting that. I've had some pieces that were really thick. There we go. So pewter, that's a good question. Pewter loves to bend, but you have to bend it really slow. It's so soft that it will break, or it will just bend too far and you'll get a hard bend in it, and then it's more likely to break because of the bend. The hardest part for the souvenir spoons, I have a huge drawer of souvenir spoons, at least a couple hundred in there. The hardest part about them, so this time here, this isn't curved enough for me, so I'm just going to bend it, and I'm hitting it down and then up. That gave me a bigger twist. Also, make sure you're looking at them really close, because some of them are, well, most of the ones I've seen that were sterling, a lot of them are 800 silver. So sterling is 925. So the 800 is obviously a lesser quality. but it's still silver. The other part about them is that a lot of those are actually cast. So the way that they're cast, the metal that's in them is really brittle. It's kind of like a cast iron kind of thing. It's like a granulated metal, if that makes sense. So it just likes to break. Bend your rings on the 3D bender you're using now. I've been looking at the Pepe Tools bender, also thinking about building one myself, but way easier just to buy one on the shelf. Yeah. A lot of things come down to that. I make all kinds of stuff. Tools. Instead of buying the kiln for the jewelry, I'm making my own because it's saving me like $300. So the Pepe, I know a lot of people who use the Pepe, and I know a lot of people who use the flat wearable. I went with the flat wearable after I saw her video on YouTube. Suzanne, she made a ring in just a couple of seconds, and at that time I was pounding my rings in my vise over my anvil to get them to bend right. I was 8 to 10 minutes on a ring, and when I saw her do it in less than 2 minutes, I was like, yep. And then after I saw some of the other things that it could do, I went with this. So I started out with the first version. I just happen to have it. So this is the first version. It was just a sleeve that went over the press bar. So this is the original one. The new 3D press, they've built the entire thing. They've had it all machined. Yeah, she does. And the Facebook group that she's started is just full of amazing people. Everyone really tries to help each other out. I made a couple modifications to this one. Where'd they go? So there's an attachment. Oh, here we go. At the top of the other side of the bar, there is a space for your punches. So, and it comes with, I think, 6 different size openings there. But you get those, you get the bar with the plate, and you get the pins. And she even has a square pin for doing the hearts. Getting a nice hard sharp corner in there really makes a difference on those. I just got that pin. These were my original blocks. Her new blocks have magnets in them, and the blocks seem to be a little bit more solid. I ordered this one a few months ago, and then I just got this one. I was still kind of like, I don't want to hurt the new one. And like I said, this is like 4.5 years old. The groove in here is just really worn. but I've adapted to it. But so this was the first, I don't know if it was the first version of this. Yeah, that'd be nice. I have a lot of stuff, and I just got another order the other day, but yeah, so this version, some people sell these from, it's not flat wearable, but they are hers that went over here, but they're you're buying a last generation kind of thing. So I did a little modification here. This is a cutting board, just the plastic cutting board. I doubled it up, and then I cut out a hole big enough to fit a stamp in there, so I could use it to press. And then she came out with this, and it has the other end on it, so that all you have to do is flip over your bar, and you're ready to stamp. Come back over here. That's fine. And it would be nice to have everything in the new shop straight, because right now everything's at an angle. What I need is I need Frankfurt Arsenal to sponsor me. So there, I just adjusted that bend so it was straighter. Sometimes you have to go a little bit farther than you want, because sometimes it doesn't quite catch in here. Yeah, tools definitely make a difference. I've worked on a lot of cars and machines and stuff, and the right tool, it takes you minutes. Without it, it could take you hours. Every time I got a new tool, it was like leveling up. And I time everything pretty much. So that does two things. I know exactly how long it takes to make something, which is nice. But at the same time, it's also how long can I procrastinate. Yeah. Yeah, I think by the time I'm completely tooled up, parts and everything for the lost wax casting or lost resin casting, it'll probably be about $2,000. But at the end of the day, it comes down to the biggest thing is, can you recoup that? And that was the other thing. If you can make rings, rings can pay the bills. The first week I had this, I made enough rings that I could have bought this 5 times over again. Because at $20 a ring, it really adds up. Yeah, I'm like addicted to Facebook Marketplace now. Like every morning. That's the first place I go, see all the new stuff. go. I got a set of Old Colony the other day. It's some silverware that was made in 1911. And it's one of my favorite patterns. Yeah. I used to, when I was doing shows, me and my wife, we would be at the show, and because of my back, I'm generally sitting. So I will be sitting there doing all the final work. Come on. There we go. So I would do all the metal work at home, and then whenever I got to the show, I would just do the final touches. So like adding beads to the forktopus, or wiring up the bracelets with the beads. And when people see you working, they actually see that it's you who's making this stuff. The other nice part is you're resupplying yourself. You're constantly just making more and more merchandise. There was one time we were looking at doing a fair, but the fair was 7 days long, and you had to be there present for the entire week. So this is just me and my wife. She could do the selling, she couldn't do the making. She can size rings, but that was about it. Oh, she can change out charms and things like that too. But I would just sit there and keep making pieces, and then as I'm making stuff, people are like, "Hey, do you have any other beads?" So I show them the bead box, and then now I'm making a custom bracelet. But I always tried to get the metal work done at home. That's awesome. That is the way it works. My wife used to do that all the time. Get back from shopping, but I saved $500. I'm like, okay. But it's $500 you wouldn't have spent. A little further. Here we go. So you see this piece right here? Right here. This fits right in there. If you want that to be tighter, you can use the mini pin, and you can make it like really tight around that corner. You do want to be careful of how close you're getting to the base here, because a lot of times it will crack right here. Customer can choose gem charms to customize. Yes. So this is going to be just easier to show you. Let me bring you up here. Come on. So the way I designed my bracelets I designed them so they're completely customizable. Whenever we started out, we were kind of going off the plan of a home party system. Okay. We were kind of going for the whole home party, like the candle parties and all of that stuff. So I needed to make my bracelets in a way that was the most customizable. And for my OCD, so I could cut them the same every time and figure something else out to size them. So my answer to that was this. So not zoom, autofocus, there we go. So here's my solution. So there's little holes in that end, and they come around, and there's little holes there. So this is my bracelet blanks. So a person can pick out that pattern. They can pick out another pattern. I just made up a whole bunch of patterns. They're all exactly the same size. And I adjust everything with the beads. So this is a sterling set. So you have your middle bead here. The bracelet blanks are the same size. These are sterling, just a beautiful pattern. I saw it and just had to have it. But this is adjustable because the center bead is 14 millimeter coin bead. And then in the back, I have two of these little rondelle beads. I also use, I started switching to a lot of stones and getting away from the crystals. So this is what I come to the show with. So the smallest ones are up here. These are 4 millimeter rondelles, and then still 4 millimeter round stones. I have 6 millimeter rondelles, and somewhere else I have 8 millimeter, but I was getting away from all of the crystals and going more for the stones. These are 2 millimeter. One of the things I found was that everybody likes the beads in the back, so we make our own magnets too. So that was the thing, and everything is hand wired. There's no jump rings here. Beginning to end, it takes me 8 to 9 minutes to take the blanks, get the bead, and wire everything up. And that's all just done in my vise. So say the person liked this bracelet, but they didn't like the bead. I just cut off the beads and rewire it. And we were charging $35 for the bracelets. And you have all of this options, and this is just the back beads. So the first bead that you pick is one of these guys. So in here I have everything from some amethyst, banded amethyst, some agates, some labradorite that changes colors, some of these sediment stones. It's like a dyed turquoise, but it's all pieces. And then we had jade. We changed shapes. So each one of these, from 12 millimeter, 14 millimeter, 16 millimeters. What my original design was built around 16 millimeter, and then these 3 millimeter back beads. Sorry, 3 millimeter back beads. So for sterling, this is 65, and then once we added the pendant to it, it goes up for that. But for our silver plated ones, 35. And then I would be making, we had a bar, and I would just pump out bracelets, because all the metal work's done. I just have to do the beadwork. And then the customer would be able to choose from all the different beads, everything from shells to fossils. Nice earth. This is banded agate. It's got some little blues in it. But all of these are coin. If you look up coin beads, you'll find those. This is just a little oval piece of jade. Oh, wrong one. And then some people like the big stuff. So this is a 20 millimeter fluorite. So what I would do in this case, say the person has the same size wrist that this is made for, but this takes up a lot more space. I'll take out these back beads and just wire just these. So no back beads. That adds that much more room for up here to compensate for this. So the bracelet's the same size, but it just gets one stone now. And then the same thing with the tiny ones. Go with the little piece, and now, well, these are the same size, but I can add another back bead. Sorry, I can add another back bead to it and make it bigger to compensate for that size. And because it's hand wired, I don't have to really worry about the changing in size or jump rings fitting through the beads or having to rewire something extra. It's all just one piece. And then our magnets are about 3 pounds of pressure to pull them apart. I still have to do a video on that, but this is what I would bring. These are the two key pieces to make the custom bracelets for people. I plan loading up on beads, finding, yeah, that'd be, I always had fun looking for beads. The center beads, we had a few of them that were just super popular, and here's some more back beads that we had. These are all the pearls and the little colored beads, and it was all the same thing. But that's the way I kind of differentiated my bracelets. It was something that I could make one size of. I didn't have to keep track of whether or not it was medium, large, small. They're just all the same thing. And the only other thing I would do is I would mark on the bases. I don't know if you're gonna be able to see this. Yeah, you definitely have to watch for those. So 1897. Yeah, 1897. So this pattern is from 1897, and what I would do before replacements change their website, so you can just take a picture now, I would write B as the first letter of the name and then the year right in here. So whenever I had to go do a search by pictures or name, I could just go straight to B, and now I know I have these. And then the ones that were over 100 years old, we would normally charge $5 more for those. It's about, let's see, is that mark still on here? It's been a long time since I had to mark one. Oh, I got it up here. I got it on my board. I drew everything out on my board here. So, bracelets. Oh, here's a ruler. The number seems wrong to me. Oh, because it went to there. What was I even looking at? That can't be right. It's got to be this one. Yeah. I'm cutting them at 2 1/4 inches. That's this mark right here. I have all my stuff marked here, and then for spoon rings, I have my marks on the sides, so you'll have to go upside down for that. So right here I have some nails poking out, and I just put my silverware right to that. And if this is going to be a wrapped ring, I'll mark it there. If it's going to be a round ring, I'll mark it there. Yeah, I had it right. The nails really help. Okay. Ugh. Hi. That gimbal works great. It's part of a yeah. Yeah, that happens. Squirrel. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that's 2 1/4. It sounds right. It feels right. I did experiment with them a little bit longer, a little bit shorter. Whatever, I mean, it's your design, so whatever you feel works best for you. Perfect. Let me see, get back on this. Shut off that autofocus because it's killing me. There we go, and back to rings. Not rings. I wish it was rings. See if I can get you guys up here and zoom. There we go. Focus. Okay. Let me go over there. Yeah. Now back to our regularly scheduled program. Yeah, there was just lots of stuff. I wanted to have the biggest market possible. So if there was something that you saw that you wanted but it was a different color, I would gladly change it over. There we go. My wife always thought I was crazy. She's like, you're putting out too many options. Like, every piece is different. There's only one option for every piece. Especially the dogs and cats. Yeah, every time I would make something. Let me see if I can get that out first. No, that one's not coming out. Because I'm using the back side, this is up and it's got that thin lip on it. And so that's not going to work. So I'll mark it right here. Now it's a ring. That's why I always do extra. I try to do 3 to 5 extra, just in case something goes wrong. And that always, if everything goes right, that gives me a couple extra pieces for next time. Or for my Etsy shop. I ended up putting my Etsy shop on vacation mode. I've got so many projects. Building a new shop, building the kiln. What kind of camera am I using? It says it is a Logi, L-O-G-I, HD 1080p. The program that I'm using is OBS. That's how I can do all these things. Preloaded them in there. I can switch cameras. I can do picture-in-picture. And it streams over to YouTube. And it also will stream into Twitch and a couple of the other ones. I think you can use it for Zoom also. I did buy a camera, so I had a second one, but the features that it came with, it wouldn't zoom. No. I actually answered that question for somebody yesterday too. My brother actually sent it to me. So that's really all I know about it. The other thing is I did have a problem with it, and it seems to be a common problem because I found it pretty quickly on Google, is the camera, the lens inside sometimes is a little out of whack. So it will focus in and it will stay there, but no matter what else you do, it's going to be a little bit fuzzy. So each time you zoom in, it shows that it's perfect, and then it goes back to a little fuzzy, like it backs off the clarification. So what I had to do was take the side panels off where the microphones are, and adjust 2 little screws, I believe. And once I did that, it works perfect. This one I think is at least probably 4 years old. Well, yeah. When I first started, I was doing YouTube on my phone, on my iPhone, and then I got the laptop, so that was helping. And then my brother sent me that, so it was kind of, there's not a whole lot of time in between. If you hook up like a GoPro, you can hook it up to your computer. That's one of the next things I'm going to do, because I have 2 of the action cameras. They're not GoPros, but similar. I'm going to check and see how much, or if I can get those cameras set up through the USB. Something's wrong. Oh. Nope. It just looked wrong. So I'm gonna try those. I'm gonna try and do a time lapse in the camper as I'm cleaning it up and putting the insulation in, because it was totally gutted. Nice part about that is I get to build my my cabinets. I get to build all my benches, so nothing's too high. I want it to be similar to in here. I roll my chair, my computer chair, over to the next station. So there I'll be able to roll from one place to another without having to get up and walk. But I'm gonna hook up the camera to the computer and see what I can do with that. Whew. This is where you just put on your headphones and let time just pass by. I know that I have at least 50 handles ready for these. So once I get those made, depending on how late it is, I'll probably start taking some more knives apart tonight and get them in the tumbler before I go to bed. That way they're ready for tomorrow. my the station I'm listening to on my radio or on my headphones is tossed in something completely different genre. It's like, where'd that come from? So our next step for these is going to be flattening out the bowls. And that normally just takes a couple of taps. You do want to make sure that you have a flat surface. I found out that the top of my vise, the anvil part, is not perfectly level or flat. It's not flat. So I had to start putting it down on my table. Yesterday when my daughter was helping me with the rings, I've been waiting for my rose gold plate material to get here so I can replate a ring I made for her. The first time I made it, one of the prongs got bent up somehow, like it got caught on something, and she lost one of the big 6mm moissanite diamond. So I took the ring, I ordered it, and I ordered the new stone, and I started soldering on another bracket to hold it in place. And catastrophe struck, because as I was soldering that piece, that prong, into place, the two of the other stones, they just unsoldered themselves. I was like, no! It took forever to make it the first time. And then it was like, okay. So I ended up making her a second ring. And it took me less than half the time that the first one did, which was nice. Just making sure I got my experience points from the first one. So the camper is 28 feet. Whenever they got it, they gutted the thing, starting somehow with the electrical system, and they cut all the wires to the entire place at floor level. And I was like, hand to face. Okay, let's figure out how to make this work. So I redesigned the lighting system and outlet system for it, reran new wires, and then I got a third of it finished, and then I couldn't work on it anymore. I'm excited about all the space I'm gonna have though. And I'm gonna set it up for YouTube. So it looks a lot better. What do you think about this? Me and my youngest daughter were talking. Was it her or was it Jeremiah? We were talking about videoing, and we started talking about green screen. I was like, you know what? If I did the walls in the same color green, I could do that. So I could be sitting here making rings on a desert island in the background. Put on some wave sounds. Change where I'm making stuff every day. I'm pretty sure I am gonna do that. Yes, it's gonna be amazing. And basically I walk out my back door, I take 4 steps, and I'm in the camper. So that's nice too. And yes, Gus will have a spot out there. Oh, hands hurt. I had COVID and then something else, like immediately, like right at the end of that. It wasn't quite the flu, but it put me down for a couple more days. And then the second day I was feeling good, I went shopping and my back went out. Put me out for another 3 days. We're getting there. Come on. So my piece kept sliding down in that groove, so I took it over to the side that had a little bit more edge. I was just thinking about the question earlier about the Pepe ring bender, or this one, and there's others out there. I went with this one because it gave me the most amount of options. The other one bends rings, and you can bend a couple other things. But this one I was able to customize. I'm able to change the bends. I'm able to do my bracelets. There's just so many more things that I could do with it. The ring sold it to me, but it was the ability to make so many other things with it, or to be able to use it in so many other ways. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be funny. We'll have a pick the background today for the chat. That's a hard one. See how the handle bent? Totally different than all the rest because I was trying to hammer this piece down more. So I'm gonna put this in there, see if I can get a little bit more bend. Is it gonna let me? Everyone's different. Yeah, and I'm gonna have the whole inside of the shop painted that green. And in my my camera system, the OBS, I can take out those green backgrounds. This thing right here comes as a green screened animation, and I just went through and removed the green screen so it's clear. I think that'll be awesome. This is the tediousness that comes with making so many of the same thing. I heard a thing on TikTok the other day. It costs so much because it takes so much time to make, but they use extra words in there. And people have asked why my lives are so long. Well, it actually takes time to make this stuff. Normally I always try and get like one made right in the beginning of the video. But I feel like being able to see it done over and over, and how it's being done, how it's being simplified, really helps people see. I'm definitely one of those people that if I see it, I can make it, or at least do my best. And if I can see it done a few times, oh, it made that one, it held that comment, paint your tools green and it will look like it's all magic. Yeah. Yes, I will have to. I'm gonna write that down. Green screen tools. I love it. I'll just put that right here on the wall. It's not going to be too much longer before I'm at that point. I have to put up the rigid insulation, get the plastic up, and then I can start putting up the paneling. And after the paneling goes up, I'll give it a good white primer so the green really pops. I bet the looks I get at Lowe's are going to be just awesome. I'm just visualizing that in my head. I have never seen that done. Oh, that's a good one. It'll be fun. It'll probably take me by myself probably 2 weeks to finish. But I definitely plan on time-lapsing it. Green screen the tools. That's awesome. I'm gonna have to do my hammer first. That's just gonna look awesome. Let's see, Jeff Jones. I'll make sure you get credit for that. Oh, that wasn't bad. I don't know if it's me getting weaker or this silverware getting harder. I got left 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. About 20. $40-something seconds each. Yeah, they make that tool dip. So the nice part about the green screen stuff is it doesn't have to be green. It just needs to be a consistent color. So if I used like yellow or something, I could just remove that from, just like you'd remove the green. So I would have to, it would be better to use the paint that's on the walls and just coat the tools with that. I mean, it's all going to wear off anyways. And it's going to be a semi, actually it can't be a semi, it needs to be a flat so it doesn't absorb light or reflect light. Prototyping in my head already. Oh, we're supposed to get a nor'easter here, I think Friday. Oh, Friday. Friday, I have a father-daughter day. We're gonna go see a movie. I'm pretty sure we're going to see Avatar. You want to be careful of these, bending these pieces here where they thin down. If this is going to break, it's going to break right there. So if you have pieces like that, try and get them down in the plastic so they're supported and bend slow. Yeah, so I had my son-in-law here. What's today? I think it was Sunday. He took all the knives apart for me. So that helped a lot. my tray over there is getting full. They take up a lot more space whenever they're shaped. I had to find some certain patterns for a batch of rings I just mailed. So I'm like, well, I'm moving my shop. Let's just go see what I have. Now my living room is full of silverware. Just boxes and boxes of silverware. And those little plastic dresser storage things. I have a whole bunch of those with little drawers. Just got everything separated. Because I have so much stuff in different places, I can't pattern match until I've got everything together. Otherwise, I'm going to be digging through everything multiple times. There was one spot I've been putting silverware for months in there. And just kind of keep shoving it in there. And there's probably 800 or 900 pieces of silverware in there. Whew. Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 left. We're getting there. It's gonna happen. There's a point where I reach where I learn my limits. When I'm making bracelets, so I make everything in batches. So if I'm making bracelets, it's normally 25. A couple times I've made 50. Yep, I got my water right here. I found out I can make 50 bracelets at a time. So that ends up being the same process 100 times for every step that it takes to make a bracelet. And after that, my brain is just like completely shot. Yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. Me and my daughter went to a thrift store. Did you break? Nope. Okay. And I was able to find a new pattern that I've never worked with before. It's just kind of cool. See that one flattened out on me? It was at the pinch point, the thinner spot. What is your top 3 things? Starting with number 1. Number 1 is rings. So I'm going to use my graduated pliers here. There's different sizes of them. So I can get in here and I'm going to grab that flat spot and I'm going to flatten it out. Sorry. If you go back too much, you're going to break it. So going to the next one, and again, just pressing on, see the gap right there? Just going to open that up a little bit. That supports your spoon or your silverware, and it makes it not want to crack. So we've still got our shape, and we're still in shape. So top 3 things. Top 3 things. Rings is number 1. I'd have to say for just about everybody, bracelets, the normal bracelets that you see out of silverware with the jump ring in the middle and the charms coming off, those are number 2. For me, elephants. Elephants always sell. Especially if you can give them kind of a different look. So in one of my videos, I show how to make an elephant with a blanket bale, I think it's called. What I did was, when you make the elephant, you make it out of a fork. This is the last one. You make the elephant out of a fork, and what you're doing is you bend the trunk, you drill the eye after you do the trunk, because if you do it before and you bend the wrong tine, it looks kind of weird. Not that I've ever done that. Alright, let's unzoom you guys completely. So the elephants, I don't know if I have one. I think all my elephants are upstairs. Whale tail pendants. Turn that on. Snail, escargot. Snail napkin ring. Earlier when I was talking about doing the metalwork, this is what I would do. This is a snail. I would just do the metalwork there, and the rest of this I would do all the bending at the shows. Rings, hearts, rings. Nope. Actually, I could search it on my phone. Really want to work with hollowed knives. Have some hollowed and cut some. What do you sell best with those? I was thinking bottle openers. So the best thing for those for me was bells. my wife laughed at me and and was like, no woman is going to put a bell around her neck. At our next show, the first 2 items that sold were bells. I do have a couple videos on those of how to tune them. So you use the end. Normally for me, was it an inch? An inch to an inch and a half. And you just cut it off, finish it up, drill a hole in the top, and you run. And I ended up mostly making them bell. So you make a little eye in a piece of wire, and I use seed beads. These little guys, just real tiny beads, like the really small ones you see on the necklaces. I use those to tune the fork tine and to tune the bell. So you have this, and then you have a fork tine. I have tons of them back here. Oh, I thought I had one. So you'll have your fork tine, and normally they're a little bit smaller, but you make your loop through there. You have this on there, and then you stack those seed beads on there. Run the wire, the rest of the wire, up through the hole, and then holding the wire, jiggle the bell, and you'll hear it change. Every bead that you add, you'll hear it change. So the white block came from flatwearable.net. The same for my 3D press system. The Arbor press came from Harbor Freight, but the blocks came from Flatwearable. I'm trying to find a bell. No, I don't have it. I do have a couple videos on it. It's really a thing. It is. I tune my wind chimes too. OCD, ADD, come on. So once you get this to make a nice sound, then you'll put your beads on top, or however you want to put your top, and then you'll do your wire wrap to turn it into a pendant so the necklace goes through the circle. All the time people come up and ring them, and just ring them, and like I said, you just tune them where they sound nice to you, and they sell. That uses up an inch to an inch and a half of the handle. What you're left with is this piece here, and that is the piece I use to make bud vases. So for this customer, she likes the whole handle. Oh, I got one right here. There we go. So this is the end piece, but what I do, and I have videos on doing this too, getting the spoon right, and then you drop your solder in, you heat it up, and it sets there. And we use these for toothpick holders. I made a giant set for a wedding for place settings. And the other thing you can do with these is use magnets, and we've made boutonnieres for weddings and things like that too, using some strong neodymium magnets. These are all rounds. Something like this guy. This one has about 3.5 pounds of force to pull it apart from another one, so it actually goes through the clothes pretty well. Don't do it. Hammer the item you showed in the drawer. I have made the diffusers before too. I did these upside down, and I used a fork tine going through, and I put holes in both ends, and the chain hooked to this, so you just open that up and it just pulls out, so you can take out your little piece of foam or cotton. The piece I'm not really sure which one. One of the snails. I don't know if I showed this one or not. It's a little fork heart. The snails, and I showed these guys. I do a lot of these in stainless. They bend a little bit easier, especially if you get them thinner. Yeah, I had fun doing it, but it was definitely tedious trying to get that. Oh, the whale tail. Where'd you go? Where'd the other one go? Oh, there it is. So these guys are wrapped around. What I do is I cut these out with a jeweler saw, and then I use 2 different ball peens. So I use these guys. I've ground down the tip more to a point. You can kind of see the flat spot on there. It's not sharp, it's just a dull, I wouldn't even call it a point, I would call it just a, yeah, it's a point. And then this one here, I did kind of the same thing too. Even though it was already small, I just wanted, because they look like scales whenever I run them right. And so I wanted the little ones to just kind of change things up. So this starts out, was it 2 videos ago? 2 or 3 videos ago in my lives, I was doing these. I always make extra, so this time I ended up with 2 extra. But after I do the ball peen, I'll cut them out, and then I'll do this part here with my pliers or in the press, get it wrapped around, and then I finish it off with the hammer, and then I'll bring it to the anvil, and I'll hit it right here, and that gives me that little drop down, so whenever it's on, it pokes out just a little bit. So the hammers are perfect. I'm only moving my wrist about this much, and most of the time it's just pinging right off the piece. So that's about it. And I just have it on my anvil, no board or anything on the back, so it does show marks, but it's not like another piece of silverware where you don't want any scratches on it or anything. Because it's textured, it's gonna have that, and with it being on the back, that's not really noticeable to most people. I think if they were heavier, I think it would be a lot harder, for me anyways. And you might get too deep. I don't know if you can get too deep, but you could flatten it out too much so it's weak. And as you tap along it, it actually curls up as you do it, and you have to flip it over and pound it out. These are always good sellers too. The annealing, I'm always afraid of burning off the plate. They tap nice, so it's about 4 minutes to do one that's it's 4 minutes to do a soup spoon, the whole bowl. So those take probably 4 minutes beginning to end, with the cutting, the hammering, and the shaping. If I was just do one, so it's not really that long. It's just, I just make it work. And annealing, the other thing with annealing is you have to polish it up again. So you're adding more work, because as soon as you've hit this with heat, it needs cleaned off. So you're buffing, or you're using some kind of chemical to take it off. This one was heated up. I just noticed that. This one was heated up and it didn't come out. So my son-in-law must not have been able to get that one. Oh yeah, it was up here. Okay, where are we? We're here. The elephants. Yeah, I'm not the person for that one. Yeah, squirrel. All right, the next step happens on our vise, our anvil. Get you where I won't be hitting you. Okay. So this is the brown board I use. It's just paneling, but as you use it, it kind of wears out. You get a hole in it. The nice part about this hole is if you put a fork in there, if you flatten a fork, you have this little bump here. If you take this, kind of takes a lot of that out because it bends it the other way. Yeah, thanks for the questions. All right, so we have our tray of this. Now we're going to our small hammer here. It is going to be top heavy and back heavy. So what we're looking for, we just want it to settle like that. So after that, I'm just putting it here in my hands. Try and get that in the frame. Everything's backwards. And I'm just going to bend this right over. So that brings this further out into the spoon. And now it should balance out really well. Sometimes you go a little too far. Oh, this was the one that bent really easy. So I'm going to take this. Use some leverage and bring it back a little bit. But that's the sound we want. So let's trade trays here. Normally I do this as I do each one. So I'll bend it and then I'll bring it over here and I'll do this. So this one, the tip is up. So I'm gonna flip it over and use the brown board because that's our showing side. I can see it raised up right here. We're rocking, so a little bit more. There we go. All right, now I'll bend it. Wrong side. And then here I check for square. So they only take a couple of taps, which is why I normally do them. Why I do them as soon as I straight. What was the ding? That looks good. Yep. So this one here's flipped up. That spot in the middle, sometimes that's what does it. So if you just, I mean, that one little tap, now everything's flat. Just bend it forward a little bit, make sure everything's still flat and straight. Tips up. And you see I'm hitting it back here. If you hit it up here, this is going to bend a little bit or could curve up. And if you hit it back here, this little hammer is not really going to do anything back there. And this needs tilted just a little bit. Bring this up just a little bit. And these tend to be top heavy until you get your piece. There we go. Until you get your handle on there, and then they sit good. Go. What I'm looking for there is I just saw it bend. Sorry, I forgot to shut off the autofocus. I'm going to bring you guys up here. That one's flat already. This was that one that bent all funky. So it's really back heavy. Call that good, and we'll check it again whenever we put the piece on it. So these that have the little teeth on them, those are grapefruit spoons. For me, it's all about that sound. I just want that sound to just disappear. Hi, Paul. I don't know if I'm a nerd or a geek. Probably both. Whoa. Like I said before, it just takes a couple of taps. So this one has another problem that you run into sometimes. So from there it looks really bad. So up here is crooked. So taking my round pliers, anything that doesn't have a sharp edge on it, I'm just going to grab it and try and use leverage to bring that over. And that's pretty close there. There we go. I'm good with that. So I heard this morning we're supposed to get a nor'easter here on Friday, but I just realized me and my daughter have movie night on Friday, so that's probably not going to work out. So what are you guys doing today? This one's got the tip up on it. There you go, like that. That one went way forward. Let's see if I can bend it back here a little bit. Make sure I use the right side of the handle, or right side of the hammer. There we go. Wow. I remember those days when I lived in Missouri. We had a tornado hit like 3 miles away. It took out part of a Walmart, and we after we got everyone back out into the restaurant, we had to stay and work the rest of the day. Yeah, the weather's been dropping further and further south for the last couple of years. I know we used to get snow. I'm in upstate New York, like 2 minutes from Canada, 4 minutes from Vermont, upstate New York. And come on. Yeah, and for the last couple of years it started going further and further south. Let's see. Yeah, and that's a bad time to get bad weather. Like all the ice last year. I get it. So this spoon is really thick and it's really hard. I'm okay with that. I wish I could. So where I'm at, I don't get the snow like you hear about in Buffalo, or the lake effect snow that you hear about. That's actually where Suzanne from Flatware is at. They'll get like 8 feet. But where I'm at, when I first moved here, 2003-ish, I think for the first couple of years, we would get snow 2 to 3 feet. And one year I opened the door and I looked outside and my car was gone. We got 4 feet in one night. That was the most snow I'd ever seen in one night. But no, it's always me out there. Well, I don't shovel anymore. I have a little electric snow plow thingy. We'll probably get 2 feet is probably our high recently. Yeah, she does. Until my kids moved out, I had kids. Isn't that the reason we have kids sometimes? Go shovel the driveway. Even then, I'd still end up doing it. OCD. There we go. Yeah, and every October, every Halloween, we would have snow. And then that all just stopped. But we definitely get cold. A few years ago, the whole month of February was below 0. That was cold. My back does not like to work when it's that cold. And for some reason, whenever the snow's on, it doesn't feel that cold, even though it's the same temperature. But if you take that snow away and you make it the same temperature, okay, so for this one, I'm gonna have to try and bend in the middle. So I'm gonna use the curve of my anvil to do that. Below 0 or below freezing? Yeah, it was below freezing. Okay. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, it was awful. I was not a fan. Normally, we'll get a week or so. Hi, Deb. So about 90% of what I use is all silver plate. Like all these for the bud vases, these are all silver plate today. I get them from online auctions, Goodwill.com or whatever their store is. You can get some good deals on there sometimes. eBay, Etsy even has a few sellers that sell the silverware, flatware. Do a search for both flatware and silverware, because sometimes they'll come up differently. The other good spots are antique stores, consignment shops, Facebook Marketplace recently has been really good. I just thought of that. It's probably because nobody uses it, but everybody wants money for Christmas presents. But yeah, anytime I see a consignment shop, antique store, antique stores are normally consignment shops. The places also that buy gold and silver, a lot of times if you go in, ask them if they buy silver plated items, and a lot of times they do. Right now, besides the random pieces I find here or there like I did yesterday, I'm paying $3 a pound at a gold, silver, and coin shop. And that's, you get quite a bit of silverware for that $3. So if you can find someone like that, that's great. I make sure to go into just about every place that has a buy gold and silver. I'll stop if I'm able, and I'll always go talk to them, because you never know what they might have, and a lot of those guys are flipping them right now as fast as they can. Oh yeah, estate sales are good. Yep, exactly. That also applies to sterling. I do a lot of heirloom jewelry because it's hard to hand down a fork to a great grandchild or something like that. This guy's just being rude. It's too soft. Yeah, a lot of that stuff. Okay, so the easier answer for that is Gottinger is one that you want to stay away from, unless you want to do so. So they will bend. The Gottinger will bend, but they're super ornate, really elaborate, beautiful pieces, but a lot of times they're too thick, and a lot of times they're cast. So instead of bending, they just snap because it's a cast metal as the base, and then it's silver plated over the top of that. Pretty much anything that says IS or Rogers, this one's nickel silver, that one might be IS. Rogers, there's like 15 different Rogers Brothers. Oneida and Community are normally pretty good. Over the years, different companies bought out other companies, and so you can get this, say it's 1935, you buy this, it bends great, but in 1938, 3 years later, it's another company making them, and they're using a different base metal, and so you go to bend it and it kind of cracks or pops. So same pattern, same everything, different manufacturer under the same name. So it's really hard sometimes to get that all figured out. You just kind of have to look at them, and sometimes you can feel it, not like bending them like out of shape, but you can just feel that they bend. So this is a beautiful pattern. But I went to make these bud vase bases with them, and they are hard as a rock. Yeah, it was everything I could do. But these are plated, but the base metal, and it's not magnetic. So it's just a difference in that. Godinger. I don't know how to spell it. Starts with a G and ends with an R. Normally you'll see it, there'll be just a beautiful, beautiful set. But look for the thickness, and if you can get the person to send you a picture of the back where you can see the information. See if I can get this for you. Come on, focus. Did I shut it off? Yeah, I did. There we go. So that says Oneida and Community. And it looks like a Tudor plate. Also, if it says A+ or A++, it's generally plated. Yeah, and even if it's not stainless, the base metal could be ferrous, which will still stick to a magnet. I've had so many knives I've ran through my... What's up, Gus? I've had so many knife handles that I've tried taking off. There's Gus. Are you gonna say hi to everybody? They're silver plated, they're hollow, and I go to run them through my bandsaw, and my bandsaw just gets dull, and I remember to hit it to the magnet, and that's all it takes. Yeah, so, and that's something that you want to stay away from too. Also, any gold. So staying away from, I'm talking about making bracelets, making rings, stuff like that. All silverware, even stainless, you can turn into wind chimes, wind ornaments, things like that, where you don't really have to bend them. Some of the pieces, that's what I stay away from. I end up with enough silverware to be able to make enough wind chimes with the whole pieces that aren't great in there. They all go in a wind chime box, and then whenever I'm ready to make wind chimes, I just grab some out of the box. The gold silverware, sometimes it's brass, but most of the time it is it's gold chrome. So chrome is really hard, and whenever you go to bend it, it will bend, but the chrome is hard, it will start to crack. So if you're trying to make a bracelet or something with it, you cut it off to length, or you make your bend and then cut it off to length. If it's too much of a bend, if it's too hard, like a ring would be too hard, a lot of times it will just start flaking off, and then you're left with base metal. A polishing cloth is good too. A lot of times I'll just rub my finger real hard against it, so this piece is fairly tarnished. If you just rub your finger against it, you can see it turn shiny. Another thing too, let me find one here. Oh, looking at the wrong side. Come on. Okay. So there's this little area right here that's kind of worn away. Let me see if I can grab a poker. This area right here. It's called the foot of your spoon or fork. If you pick that up and you notice that it's a different color underneath, normally it'd be like a yellowish kind of color. That's a good indication that it's silver plated. Silver plate safe to weld. That I'm not 100% sure. I know that people do weld them. I solder them all the time. So you can definitely get them hot enough. You would, if I was going to try soldering, I mean, TIG would be the best, but if you had a MIG welder, you could probably do it. But that's going to get so hot that it's probably going to end up burning off the plate. So if you did that, you would probably have to replate the whole thing, which isn't a huge process. I actually did it yesterday for my daughter's wedding ring. When I remade it with silver solder instead of gold solder. So I just did the electro plate and everything came out nice and shiny in rose gold. I know you can weld stainless. People make sculptures all the time. I know for a fact that if you try and weld this, you will melt and evaporate the silver that's there. Yeah, it's just too hot. Let's see. Yeah, so the ones to stay away from are easier to see than the ones that are good. Most of the time, all the Rogers are pretty good. Community. Also, you get some that will say IS. That's community. This one is Wallace. So with Wallace made a lot of sterling also. So look, if you see Wallace, look for 925 or sterling written on the handle. This might be IS. Nope. But the IS, you'll know it whenever you see it. They're normally hammered pretty deep. Thank you for watching. I'm always glad to help. My instant messenger and YouTube comments are going off all the time, so I'm always here to help the best that I can. Yes, soldering is definitely better. The best thing that I've found, you're there, not there, is rosin core solder. And most of the tools I use are all linked down in the description. It's been a couple days since I soldered. The rosin core solder has, I think this is acid core right here. Yeah, this is an acid core. This works. It leaves a little bit more of a gray color around the solder joint. I don't know what the other one is. The rosin core solder is the one that I like better. It melts at a lower temperature, and the rosin core cleans the space. So as long as your pieces are fairly clean, like with these guys, I tumble all of these so that they're clean. I tumble them all with Dawn, and the knife handles, same thing. So as soon as I get these flattened out, I'll be soldering all of these together, and I'm just basically sweat soldering them. Oh, there it is. Yeah, lead-free solder. I'm gonna have these up here, and I'm basically just touching right to the point where I want to solder, and I'm only heating the part that I want to solder. It's not like sterling where you have to heat the entire piece. I'm just heating up this, and then I just heat up the base. After I get this one done, that's pretty much stuck that in place. I'll heat both sides, and then from the back side, I'll push the solder in until I get a nice bead all the way around. But this is hands down the best option to welding. There's also a different kind of flux. I'm not sure what the flux chemistry is, but this will actually solder stainless to silver plate and stainless to stainless, which for the longest time I couldn't find anything to solder stainless to silver plate. Yeah, I try and keep it under $1. There are times whenever I'll get 10 cents a piece, and it offsets a little bit. Yes, the solder is in the link down below. Tumbler media. It's the Harris Products Group 4 ounces lead-free solder. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th one from the top. It's that link. I just put it on my notepad the other day because I keep getting asked. There's always times whenever you can get good deals. I bought 28 pieces yesterday for $5. So every once in a while you get a really good deal. I watch some auctions too, but most of the time I'll just go get mine $3 a pound. I can't beat that. That probably averages out to about 5 to 10 cents a piece. For some silverware, some is a lot thicker, but that's where I tried. $1 is the normal that I've found. Let's see. Yeah, I gotta keep tapping on these things. Squirrel. Yeah, anytime. It's when I first started out, there was only like 1 or 2 videos that I could see where they were making silverware, but I wasn't seeing the whole process, so I had to kind of imagine that part of it. So that's funny. Yeah, it's just, you got to go into the places and just talk to people. Just let them know what you're doing. I always have some pictures up on my phone of some of the work I do. I always go in with like my forktopus. I'll have a forkaroo in my pictures. Things that they haven't seen too much before. Most people think silverware and they say spoon rings and wind chimes. that's what they think of whenever they think uses for silverware. So whenever you go in and you show them something like that, something that's not wind chimes or spoon rings, then they're a little bit more apt to give you even any leads or anything, but a lot of times they're pretty nice. They'll help you. Yep. A lot of trial and error. Write stuff down. I have notebooks with stuff. Well, my memory is like 4 seconds long anyways. That elephant I was telling you about earlier, every single time I made the elephant with the blanket bales, I'd have to go watch my video. Every single time. Like, what was that measurement again? How did I do that? I'm glad I know a guy. Some things I haven't made in so long. I'll have to go watch a video. I just learned the other day that I should be posting my videos onto Facebook also. I always just thought that the videos were pulled from YouTube, but a lot of them are actually posted on Facebook. There we go. This one, the tip is so thin. That's close to that one as that one's getting. I'm gonna have to hammer that one pretty good. So for this, I'll use the brass. Come on. I've always attributed it to OCD and ADD. I used to do a lot of woodwork, so I was kind of used to seeing one thing become something else. So in my head, I can kind of prototype things out before I even start to work on them. Come on. But yeah, I try. I'm definitely not a singer, that's for sure. This one's gonna be trouble. So I'm just barely tapping on this one because this one has a bigger ripple. Sorry, I forgot to turn the autofocus off. So I'm not hitting the top. I'm going to hit the bottom with the brass. It's not going to leave really deep marks. And then we're going to take this one and I'm going to hit it back farther, about as far back as I can get. Let's see how that does. Yeah, I never thought I'd be a silverware bender either. I grew up in California, so I knew about silverware jewelry, but I never thought anything about bending it until 8 years ago or so. I was looking for a way to contribute. So this is that pattern that I told you was super hard. There's one of those in there. And that's because it was such a pain. I'm so glad it's flat. Because my back doesn't like to cooperate quite often, especially in winter. I was wanting to contribute, so I started looking at working at home, stuff you could do at home without a lot of tools. I mean, I had tools, but specialized tools. So I started with jewelry. I actually made a bunch of earrings and things out of old medicine bottles. Benders for life. So I was doing that, and then I was like, what can I find that I can source inexpensively? There's a pretty good abundance of it, and I could use the tools that I already had to get started. And after a few different things, I ended up going to Walmart and picking up a package of 3 forks. They were like $2 or something. And I went home and I made my first bangle bracelet. I don't know where it's at now. I still have it. But my daughter wanted one, and then my other daughter wanted one, and then a friend of ours wanted something. So I started in November. And I had my first show in March the next year. So guy doing bracelets. Yeah, that's great. I have done that. So I could see a different way to make something, because I couldn't quite figure out the process in my head. I've also had customers, a couple of my wholesale customers, they actually brought a piece to the show and asked if I could make it for them. Like, these are a perfect example of that. The lady asked if I could make them like this, because the silverware jeweler she was using, he retired, and I was like, yeah, I can do that. And now this is our 3rd year working with them. Puzzle. All right, something's got to go. How did that even happen? Okay, there it was. I'm glad you found me. It's a lot harder whenever you have to start out and try and figure everything out on your own. A lot of people just get frustrated and quit. Doing this is kind of my therapy. I get to use my brain, but I don't have to use too much of my body, just my hands. And I get to, getting to help so many people, I just love that. It's one of my favorite parts. I was switching over to TikTok, and then I'm like, or not TikTok, Twitch. I was gonna start on Twitch. I'm like, I think I'm just gonna stay with YouTube, and I'm glad I did. Oh, there's another place that you can get silverware from. There is silverware buy, sell, and trade groups on Facebook. So if you search for, like, let's see, I always forget about them. They pop up in my feed. Let's see, silverware buy, sell, and trade. Silverware hoarders, and there's a couple other groups that sell silverware, and depending on the pattern and the year, determines the price a lot. So if a piece is worth a couple of dollars to you, you can definitely find it there. Just remember, you have shipping too. But there's some patterns that I've just had to buy. That one was hard. think the silver is just getting harder. It's not me getting tired. Almost there. Yeah, nope. Yeah, that is the most expensive place in the world to ship to. Well, maybe like Antarctica or... Yeah, it would have to be Antarctica. I had somebody buy something on Etsy. Was it Etsy? Yeah, it was Etsy. So they didn't buy it, but they were going to, but they wanted to see how much shipping was first. And the shipping was like 10 times easily the product price. Yeah, it's very expensive to ship there. Hold on one second. Hi. I'm live now on YouTube. Whoa. Okay. Are you sure? Okay. All right. Bye. Oh, my music got loud again. Yeah. Sometimes that's hard to get away from. Wow, that went way louder. Still need to be able to hear myself. Start yelling at you guys because the music's so loud. Wish my brain could do two things at once. Yay, the end is in sight. Spin that one to see how it gets there. So now I've turned into Chuck Norris. That's awesome. I think I've laughed so much today. I haven't laughed this hard in a long time. Thank you. And always check after you bend your spoon bowl in, always check that it's still flat. Yeah, it's needed. Oh, I didn't show you guys that either. So sometimes the tip will be just a pain. If you take it right off to the edge, just give it a little tiny tap, you can make that bend right down. See, more things I forgot. That is Suzanne at flatwearables.net. The link is in the description down below. She made the whole system here. The arbor press is just a regular 1-ton arbor press. Here it's Harbor Freight. I don't remember the manufacturer. I think I have one listed in the description. I'm not sure. Yeah, if you go to flatwearable.net, she has a listing of some of the arbor presses that work with her system. I know in Canada they go by, there's a different store that has them and they're a different brand. Yeah, the forming blocks are great, and the adjustable pin system makes things so much faster. And now the 3D bar, I don't know if you saw that earlier. Let me get you turned around here. So this bar just flips over. So right now I was bending, but if I take these off, just keep this plate held in place. There's a little plate in there. So this bar just comes out. You flip it right over. So what I do is I grab a stamp. And I modified this one a little bit. I cut part of it off. Where is it? Where's the camera? I cut part of it off. It was longer, but I wanted to bring it back a little bit. So you have a few different sizes to choose from. The 3D comes with a whole bunch of sizes for this, but I put my stamp here, put my stamping block down, and then what I do is I put this down to here. I'll get this started, and I'll bring my handle to where I have the most downforce leverage. Okay, so I bring this down to where I have the most strength, and I lift this back up, put the plate back on, and as soon as this gets put back on, I'm only going to put in 2. Now this is ready for stamping. So let's grab and now you have the weight of the 1-ton arbor press. So I love it because you don't have to hammer over and over again, and hopefully not double tap it. Come on, focus. There we go. A nice good impression every time. It's always clean. When I saw that, one more reason to get the upgrade for me. Yeah, so she would know better. Yep. That is correct. Yeah, and she's gonna know, I know that she has more Australian customers, so she would be able to help you get that information, or at least lead you to the person to help you get that information. Not that, this. I'm almost done. So I think for this order, it's going to be about 200 bud bases. So this is still in the first 100. Yep, thanks for hanging out with us. what would you say not to make and focus on that don't sell well? Don't make and don't focus on. I probably wouldn't start with the bells. And it's kind of a question mark item, because some places these pieces sell. A lot of times the scraps that you have left over, I turned those for a long time into pendants, and I turned them into keychains and things like that. They sell, and I'm using my scraps, which is even better, but I wouldn't go out of my way to really make those. If I was going to start making stuff again, just right from the very beginning, I would make rings, as many as I possibly could. I would make elephants. I'd get some stainless steel chains, or even the leather little chains, little rope. For the elephants, and I would make the bracelets. So those would be the three. Let's see. Well, we made 3 dragons and a unicorn. Yeah, I would start with, if I was going to start and wanted to make money to level up my tools, and I went to a show, those would be the first 3 things that would sell. The rings, the bracelets, and the elephants. And you're probably going to sell almost as many rings, or almost as many elephants as you are rings. So the majority is male, the majority is female, but I have had a lot of male clients, or customers. Normally, they want rings or a kind of a beefy kind of necklace. I've made necklaces out of fork tines. Yeah, but at the same time, you want to look like you have a lot of stuff. So I would still take those scrap pieces, or the pieces, the ends, and turn those into necklaces, turn those into keychains. You can get the keychains, the key rings. You can see, or you can get the rings pretty inexpensive for a lot of them. Last one, almost flat. They don't take up a lot of space, and if you put them in like a drawer or a bowl or something, been there, done that. Okay. This is the fruits of our labor today. So it's hard to say. So me and my wife, we did it for a long time, but we could pretty much see somebody walking up. Focus. We could pretty much see somebody walking up, and about 70% of the time I could tell you if they were going to buy something or just look. I'm missing one. I just put it in there. A lot of it. So there's two clienteles out there. There are all the ladies from the 60s and 70s that grew up with spoon rings. They will buy all kinds of silverware stuff. And then there's the newer kids, the emos and goths, and kind of, different colored hair and kind of out there. This is their niche. This is kind of where they fit in because their parents or somebody they knew had a ring a long time ago, and they think it's really cool because they've never seen it before. So those are the two biggest groups as far as sales go. Everything else is just kind of, I went to one show. I think there's probably 20 or 30 vendors there, and the show was like, okay, we're gonna cover our table and our expenses, but that's really it. And then one lady comes in and says, I'll take that one, that one, that one. Do I have that color already for that one? And easily $500. Like, okay, maybe we'll do the show again. It's really hard to tell. Yes, the hearts and the bud vases. That's another thing I would do. The bud vases, or if you're just starting out and don't really have the soldering stuff, just the E6000 glue, this stuff right here, some inexpensive magnets. Well, they're on there, but a couple of magnets. Oh, I got one right here. So it's just a little neo magnet. So this is just the end of a knife handle, and you want it up in the top third. The magnet, and it's just E6000. I've used epoxy and stuff before. Sometimes it works, sometimes it's too brittle, but the E6000 does great. Let them cure for a couple of days. These are easy sell. We sold them $6 to $8, depending on where we were and what stage we were at. And you'll know really quick if your prices are really low, because they will all disappear really quick. Yes, I do. My secret weapon is K&J Magnetics. These guys have so many sizes. Um, yeah, I buy a stack of them at a time. They're pretty inexpensive. Let me see if I can get the number for those magnets. It took a little bit of trial and error to find out which magnets worked. They're not too strong that you pull the magnets off of the pieces, but they're not so weak that they won't hold 2 or 3 pages. That's a sign. I have just about everything written down. I have a whole list of items to make. And it goes and goes. I just keep putting stuff on the list whenever people request something. I'm not finding it. Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll find out what it is, what the numbers are for the ones I use, the magnets that I use, and I'll put it in the comments, or not comments, community, I think it is, on my site. So if you get notifications, I'll post that, and you'll have that information. And then you'll be able to see on the website how everything's kind of categorized and stuff. No, K&J is not in the links. Where's the other list? You guys want to see something I made that wasn't silverware? My hands are all nasty. So I had a customer commission a piece, but never put a deposit down or anything on it. And it's all handmade. The only thing that I didn't make are the stones and the bezels to set them. Oh, I got Betsy up here. Is it gonna focus? It's kind of killing it. There we go. So it's a scale. This is amethyst up top, and then these, if I can get them to shine in there, these are black Ethiopian opals for the scales. But everything on there is handmade except for those bezel cups. That was one of the pieces that got me wanting to make the lost wax castings. I could make that design one time and then be able to make 5 or 6 at a time. Okay, where are we at? Soldering. Yesterday, where'd it go? There it is. So it's a It's not Pisces. It's one of the signs is the balance of the scales. He wanted it for his girlfriend, but ghosted me, and every time I reached out to him, nothing. So it's sitting on my wall. I was gonna list it, but I kind of like it. I did make an ankh for a guy. It was one of the harder projects because everything on it was handmade, hand rolled, from all my scrapped silver. I save it all. I melt it down into little blobs, and then I roll them in my rolling mill after I clean them up. Hi, Wayne. Nice. That's always good to hear. Okay. So this next part, come on. I need everything out of the way. So for this, I use one of these guys. I'm going to put this in the vise, and then make sure whatever it is you can move well. And I'll show you why here in a second. Where to go? I need these. I need a couple of these. So this is just a regular fire brick from a like a wood stove or something. I think I got this at Lowe's. It's actually about that long, and I cut it in half so it would fit on my block here. These are just regular tweezers. They originally had two pieces of wood on there. But what I'll do is I'll grab my piece of silverware, or my knife handle, and I've got one side out and then the other side is in. I take this and I clip it right in there, and you can see this is hanging way down. As I push this up, I push it up just enough to get it to go over and go flat. That's giving me downward pressure. Sorry, let me shut that off. That gives me downward pressure, so I can slide my spoon under there, and I'm lifting it up just enough to get the spoon over the top of it, or over top of the spoon. So I've got good down pressure. I'm looking for straight this way and then straight this way. So I'm going to turn that a little bit. See if I can get you guys to see what I'm seeing. So a lot of times you'll be able to tell if it's off, leaning one direction or the other. I'll get you guys over here for this next bit. I want to make sure you guys can see what I'm doing. Okay. So, glasses. Rosin core solder and torch. So this is just a regular propane torch. I refill the canisters off the big bottles, and I can get, like, I think these are like $5.99 now up here a piece, and for $20 I can get the big tank filled and then fill up a whole bunch of these. So, and then this one has a clicker on it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to heat right here, just right here. Actually, I think I can keep you in that spot. And then I'm going to heat the base and then solder that. And I don't know how to explain it, but you can kind of see that I call them teeth, the little blue. You want this pushing a little bit, but you don't want it like flowing. So I'm just going to heat that spot. So I'm going to test it. So it hasn't dropped yet. There. So it just dropped down the side. Now I'm going to do the bottom. I'm going to heat this side. I'm going to get this side. And then the solder wants to follow the heat. He's dropped off on me. And then I have a tub down here that has water in it. And I just take this, dunk it in there. Normally I'll leave it in there. That one's ugly, but it's stuck. A lot of this stuff here will come out in the tumbler. You can see that is like the rosin core or some wax that was on it, something. This looks just really ugly. I'm going to heat it up again. Try and keep my pressure on it. So the flux, it actually is a cleaner, so it's cleaning both pieces so that it has a nice clean spot to connect to. Come on. It was more heat than I had to put on it to get it started. Oh, that's because it is already molten. That is so weird. And I always shake it a little bit. Yeah, the solder is lead-free, rosin core. Yeah, so this will all come out in the tumbler. Let's try a different one. So the big ones that I was talking about earlier, these guys here, I wonder if it's, I don't think it's from being dirty because it just came out of the wash. So again, I'm looking for straightness. Nice, that's a good market. So I'm looking for straight up, and I'm looking for my left right. It's gonna be hard for you. Right now it's canted this way. So I'm gonna move this over here. Just kind of eyeball it. So that looks straight. Go over just a touch more. That looks straight. That's straight. All right, let's try this again. So whenever you're spraying this down, you want to spray it slow. If you spray it too fast, you'll mess up the solder. It's still going to hold, but it just looks worse. And make sure you bend it kind of back and forth. Sorry. Just want to kind of wiggle it back and forth to see if the solder is loose. Alright, so this is what it's supposed to look like. I don't know what happened with the other one. So you get a nice even seam around the base. Another thing that I do too is when I get these prepped, is I sand them. I put them up against the belt sander, and I put a little flat spot in the bottom. That helps, gives them a little bit more surface area to hold to. That's pretty good. 10 by 15 corner for $275, and it's ELSaid. Nice. Okay, so that question I have the answer to. I got it. Come on, shut up. Okay. Ouch. Okay. This guy is hollow. Oh, you want to hear. It's hollow. But the flame would not take it off. Also, there's ones that aren't pinched. Like this guy. That was filled. Yeah. This guy right here, hollow again. For some reason just won't come off. So here's what I do. You can do a hacksaw. I use my bandsaw. For some reason they don't come apart. I have no idea what that reason is, but I do know that if I take and I go about here, just up a little bit, and if I go through my bandsaw and cut just through the metal, generally it will come right off. If it doesn't come right off, then I can heat it, and for some reason the solder loosens up and it comes right off. A lot of times like this, I'll just rotate around it with my saw. You don't want to hit the stainless with your saw. This one has a little flat plate just like this up to about there. And this guy has a stud probably up to about there. Actually, I have a bucket full of them. That has been the only way I've found to get them off. Because they're still hollow, we can use them. They're just more effort than just coming right off. So here's what both of them are. Yes, some of them do have, it's like a cement or mortar in them. Like this guy here's one of those. Let's see if I can get some of this out. So this is the kind of stuff that's in there. Sometimes it's a resin, sometimes it's like a mortar mix. This one here is actually soft like a clay stuff. I've also seen sawdust. I've seen sand in them. These guys, there is a purpose for these. You can still use them without having to smash them. A lot of people I know have been taking their Dremels and cutting along the side. The hollow ones I take my bandsaw through and go through, but these they take their Dremel and they cut right through the edge. Come on, stop auto focusing. They cut through the edge of the metal and then pop both halves off. Sometimes they're clean enough to just go from there. I've seen them turned into bracelets, rings, earrings. They're super light, so they're great for earrings if there's a pattern on there. I have made earrings for somebody. Where are they? Where's my punch? This was really cool. Oh, that's hot. So what I was able to do was take my punches, and after I flattened this out, I was able to take the punch, fit which punch fit over the piece, and then I was able to punch out those pieces and then solder stainless steel posts for earrings. So I'd do one there, one there, one there, and then one down here if I could. Sorry, you guys are getting all glare. So basically I'm cutting out the parts of the pattern that are okay, and the rest of it went in a drawer. But those earrings, I did a video on them. It's one of the lives. If you go check that, you'll see the video. I did a ton of them. That's an excellent use for these, but people have made rings and bracelets out of the halves. They're super light. Yes, as crazy as that sounds, that's what was happening. I mean, I got nothing for it. I have no idea why they don't come apart. I don't know. Everything says that these should come apart. There's even solder running down the edge, but they would not come apart. Normally I get almost all of these to come apart, but nope. And it's normally the ones with the peg. Normally the ones you can't get have this peg. These guys normally always come out, but for some reason they just weren't. Oh, a good use for these guys, the flat ones. I never throw anything away. Oh, there's 3 long ones. Let's make it 4. The other thing that you can do with these blades which I haven't done yet, is you can turn them into dragonfly wings really easy. So you can do something to this effect. But you do it in a hollow handled knife and use the hollow handle. And what this is it's 4 slits in the side with your Dremel, so these guys can fit right in there. And you might have to knock this down a little bit, but you just cut it and put it where you want it, and you can solder it in place, or you can E6000 it in place. So knife blades are stainless, so to solder them you have to use a special flux. I don't know what the flux was originally called, but I get it from Flatware. Turn it off again. Come on. There we go. This comes with a, the tip is like a little dropper, but a pipette is really what you need for that, because it makes such a, it uses so much less. That's the only thing I've been able to get to solder silver plate to stainless, and solder stainless to stainless. I know in one of those lives I actually soldered 2 stainless spoons together, and I had them bent all kinds of crazy ways. Let's see. Oh, the ones that are not hollow. Okay, so I have a bunch here that I cut off. I was going to make tablecloth weights, which they're great for. You drill 1 hole and then you put on, you hook the wire through it, and it has a little clip on the end. But I think I've made 1 set of those, of 4. That's about all I've really been able to do with them. I know that some people use them as parts of the wind chimes. Normally I toss them all in a box, and they'll probably go to somebody who will use the blades out of them, like another artist. I know a couple of artists who weld everything, and they just cut off the handles and they use the stainless blades, so at least they're still getting used. But yeah, I haven't really done anything with the solid handled ones. Yep. No, it's a lot of work, and these guys are a lot of work. So I try and always do the ping test to make sure that it doesn't sound like this and it doesn't hurt your fingernail. So this should sound like this. Nice little ping. So for the hollow handled ones, I use my bandsaw, but I don't go in all the way. So it works better if it's plugged in. need to adjust that. So this came apart just like that. All I did was cut. Go ahead. Yep. All I did was cut it right around the edge so I didn't touch the steel post. And that's it. And for some reason, it doesn't even look like there's solder there. There's a little bit of solder on here. But yeah, I got I got nothing. I've heated them up so hot that the steel was bright red and it not come apart. Yeah, I'm doing good. Nice to see you again, Backyard Creations. Simon. Yeah, so what I'll do with this now is I'll just take it over here to my belt sander. I'll sand it till all the saw marks are gone, and then I'll take the edge and I'll just kind of run it around so it takes off this burr, and then it goes in the tumbler, and then everything comes out nice and shiny and smooth. The same thing for the refrigerator magnets. It's the same thing. And you can do this with a hacksaw just in your vise. Just put this in your vise and then cut around it. Or you can use your Dremel cut-off wheel or something. But that's the only way I found. I had tons of these, but they wouldn't come off, so I was just saving them because they weren't any good for me. But once I realized that I could just cut them, or I attempted to cut them, some of them had solder up in there, and once I cut it, everything came out right, and some of them were just completely there is nothing in there at all. There you go, you can see now. You're looking at the knife part. There's come on, not me. Yeah, that's the bottom of the blade there. It's crazy. I don't know what they used to solder that. Even if it was silver solder, I've had it hot enough that silver solder would melt. The hardest part soldering is being aware of the flame direction, because you can easily burn yourself. I know, because I've done it when I have where'd everything go? Perfect example. Bring it down here. So you want to be wary of the flame. You don't want to be afraid of it. Respect it. So this, like I said, I start out on the bottom and I slowly push up. Grab my spoon. So when I'm here on this side, heating this up, and on this side I've got my solder coming in, the flame, if you're not looking, will get your fingers right here. So I always try and turn this a little bit so that it's blowing away from my fingers so that I can get down here and get this. Also, if you're real close to something, or if you think that it's, I don't know why I've done this, but I've let something sit for a couple of minutes, and as it sits, it cools off. always treat it as if it's hot, because it could still be hot. If you can, depending on what you're working on, let's see, what would be an easy project? I have a video on using different types of solders. I did it all on one spoon. I would try just 2 scrap pieces of your silverware and take a hammer, and this is rosin core solder, so it doesn't need any extra solder, or not solder, but any extra flux. This is a paste. You put this down and it basically cleans the area as you're soldering, as it heats up. But take this and flatten it out. Now it doesn't have to be super flat, but if you take that, now it's not round, it's not going to roll around on you. Cut a little piece off. We can do it right here. This was one of those handles. So depending on what you're doing, the chips will work, and the chips normally come in stainless, or not stainless, in silver, and not silver, not a rosin core. So basically you're making your own chips at this point. Let's get this out of here. So this is what I would start with. Take and flatten a piece out. We're just going to take a piece. Let me get this autofocus fixed. Come on. Try and get you in here and not burn the camera. Okay, here we go. So we've got our little piece of solder right here. Just gonna put that on there. Let me zoom you in a little bit. Okay, so there's our solder chip. This is the other piece we want to solder to it. So we're going to get both these pieces together. Now, what happens whenever this melts right here is gravity is the only thing forcing this down. So what I recommend is a pair of tweezers, or some forceps. Where'd those go? We'll just use a pair of tweezers. So I'm going to put this like this. Can you guys see that? Put this over the top, and then I'm going to squish them together with this. So let me get you right there, and you're going to watch. What you're looking for is this little area right here. this little area right here, your solder is right underneath that, and that's making the little gap. So what you're going to want to watch is you're going to want to watch this squish together, and depending on how much solder you have in there, you'll see it create a rim around the edge. So glasses. You can do this with a tiny little torch like this guy. Oh, it looks big there. Or you can use a bigger plumber's one. I'm just going to use the big one because it's right here. Turn it down. You're just going to heat the area, and it should fall any second now. Nope, it already fell. That was quick. Use a little spray bottle. Spray it slow. I'm just going to put this in the water. And if you had the heat going for a long time, you're going to want to be careful about your tweezers or your forceps. And where we're at now is we've got these two pieces here are firmly soldered together. See, there's solder marks on both sides. Looks like it could have gone a little bit longer, but we didn't have very much pressure on it either. I would work on getting a couple pieces just stuck together. You'll get comfortable with your torch. This was the little torch I was talking about. This is a little butane torch. You feel. Do this a couple of times until you get more comfortable with it. You'll get more comfortable with the flame, with the solder, and yeah, it's probably the easiest way to get into it. If you want an easy project, let's see, I made a birdhouse video. I can't think of one right now. The birdhouses, oh, bud vases. Very, very easy. Are you gonna let me find a piece? So the bud vases that are like this, we're soldering the bottom. Whenever there's a piece left over from making, so say you make this. You make this refrigerator magnet. What's left over is the rest of that handle, so this piece here. So you have open ends on both sides. Take one of those pieces, and once you get it flat, you'll put it on your spoon. You'll put it on your spoon, and because you have an open end, now you can do it. You can't do it with this one. And for that, this isn't level. Okay, you're gonna have an open end. So what you do here is you're gonna take some of this solder. You don't have to flatten it. You're just going to snip off a few pieces. If I was going to solder this size base, I would probably, where'd they go? Oh, there they are. I'd probably do a few pieces, about 1/4 of an inch. So about this big. And you're going to put them right inside. You're just going to drop them right in there. And right here at the base, you're going to watch, you're going to heat this right here, the spoon, and this whole edge all the way around. And what you're going to see is you're going to see a little solder line come around. Once you see that line, you can take and come on. Sorry. Click. There's me. Once you see that line, you're done. Just take your spray bottle and spray a little bit down the top. That's going to seal up the inside first, and then once that inside is sealed up, squirt a little bit around the outside edge, and now you have a perfectly usable bud vase that is watertight. So you can put a little bit of water in there, put a real flower in there. That's going to be your easiest project. Yep, no problem. Yeah, that's why I'm here. Yeah, and then once you get more comfortable, check out the birdhouse. Those are a lot of fun to make, and they're pretty easy to put together. Yeah, start with the bud vases, and the bud vases are a good seller. Normally, if I have 10, I'll probably go home with 3, sometimes 4. So I'll normally sell at least a couple. And it gives you something that's not jewelry. So something like a coat hook, or the bud vases, the snails, napkin rings, those kind of things. It's always good to have those also. So there's more options than just jewelry, because a guy can pick this up for his girlfriend or whatever. But yeah. I think I'm going to take a break. It's been 4 hours and 55 minutes. I'm tired. I need a nap. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I know that you're commenting, so that tells me that you're subscribed. Thank you so much for that. You can reach me here. You can reach me on Messenger, Flatware Creations, 2 S's. My name is Jeremy ELSaid, and Facebook. I'm all over the place, and I'm normally always available, even at 2 at night sometimes. But I will always try and get back to you. Sometimes I do miss comments, but I will yeah. My water's almost gone. Yeah, I'll always get back to you, normally sooner than later. But thank you guys so much. I will see you guys next time. And I got half my work done today, so that's good. I don't even know what time it is. 7:14. Thank you for coming and joining. I appreciate it. All right, and with that,